Hey guys, tonight we'll wander softly into the heart of the Silk Road. Not as a merchant or a mighty camel driver, but as a quiet observer, slipping into the gentle rhythms and secret wonders of a caravan camp settling in for the night. No need to worry about sandstorms or bandits here. Just a gentle, meandering journey through the sights, sounds, and small marvels of a world that once connected empires, with a few winks and a touch of dry humor along the way. Let's begin at dusk. As the last golden light slips behind the distant mountains and the sky deepens to a velvet blue. The caravan has stopped for the night in a sheltered hollow, where the wind is gentle and the ground is soft with ancient dust. The air is alive with the low hum of voices, the clatter of pots, and the occasional, rather opinionated, bray of a camel who feels that dinner is running late. Camels, as you'll soon discover, are the original critics, never shy about sharing their thoughts, especially when food is involved. The camp is a patchwork of tents and wagons, each one a tiny world of its own. Lanterns flicker to life, casting warm pools of light on the sand. Merchants from every corner of the known world gather around small fires, their faces illuminated by the glow. There are Sogdian traders in bright robes, Chinese silk merchants with careful hands, Persian spice dealers whose laughter carries on the breeze, and even a few Roman coins glinting in the firelight, passed from hand to hand in quiet deals. The air is thick with the mingled scents of cardamom, cinnamon, and the faint, sweet tang of dried apricots. Our guide for the night is Farid, a young merchant's apprentice with a quick smile and a talent for making friends, human and animal alike. Farid's job is to help set up camp, which mostly involves untangling ropes, soothing grumpy camels, and trying not to trip over tent stakes in the gathering dark. He moves through the camp with practiced ease, greeting old friends and new faces, and always keeping an eye out for the cook's pot, which, rumor has it, contains tonight's best kept secret, a stew that's equal parts delicious and mysterious. The secret ingredient, Farid suspects, is whatever survived the last sandstorm. But as the fires are lit and the tents are pitched, the camp comes alive with the gentle bustle of evening. Some travelers gather to share news from distant cities, Samarkand, Kashgar, Baghdad, and Changan, while others tend to the animals, brushing dust from shaggy coats and checking hooves for stones. The camels, for their part, settle in with a series of dramatic sighs, chewing thoughtfully and eyeing the humans with the resigned patience of creatures who have seen it all. If you've ever tried to convince a cat to move off your favorite chair, you'll understand the subtle negotiations involved in getting a camel to cooperate. Dinner is a communal affair. Farid joins a circle of merchants around a low fire, where flatbread is passed from hand to hand and bowls of stew are ladled out with generous helpings of laughter. The food is simple but hearty: lentils, dried fruit, a hint of spice, and the occasional crunch that no one discusses too closely. Conversation drifts from trade routes and weather to stories of home, each tale growing a little taller as the night deepens. One old trader claims to have seen a city made entirely of gold, while another swears he once bartered a single bolt of silk for a herd of goats, and a promise that was never quite fulfilled. Farid listens wide-eyed and wonders how many of these stories are true, and how many are simply the product of a long road and a little too much fermented mare's milk. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. A Buddhist monk sits quietly by his tent, spinning a prayer wheel and murmuring chants that blend with the wind. A Persian healer tends to a blistered foot, offering a salve that smells suspiciously like last night's stew. A group of children chase fireflies, their laughter rising above the low hum of adult conversation. The camp is a tapestry of languages, colors, and customs, each thread woven into the fabric of the Silk Road. As the night deepens, the fires burn lower and the stars emerge, bright and unblinking in the vast sky. Farid slips away from the camp for a moment, climbing a small rise to look out over the desert. The world is silent, save for the distant call of an owl and the soft rustle of wind through the grass. He feels both small and infinite, a single traveler on a road that stretches beyond memory, connecting worlds he can only imagine. Returning to camp, Farid finds the mood has shifted. The merchants have settled into smaller groups, some sharing quiet stories, others lost in thought. A musician plucks a tune on a battered oud, the notes drifting through the night like a gentle breeze. The camels, finally satisfied, lie down in the sand, their eyes half closed and their dreams, one suspects, filled with endless fields of sweet, thorny bushes. And so, as the fires burn low and the camp settles into a gentle hush, we find ourselves in a world where every night is a crossroads, every traveler a story, and the quiet magic of the Silk Road lingers in the air, soft, mysterious, and full of promise. As the night deepens, the Silk Road caravan camp settles into its own gentle rhythm. The fires burn lower, casting long, flickering shadows across the sand. The air is cool now, tinged with the scent of wood smoke, simmering spices, and the faint perfume of wildflowers carried in from the steppe. The sounds of the day, shouting merchants, braying camels, the clatter of wheels, have faded, replaced by the soft murmur of conversation and the occasional, contented sigh of a well-fed animal. Farid, our apprentice, finds himself drawn to the heart of the camp, where a circle of travelers has gathered around a storyteller. The man's voice is low and melodic, weaving tales of distant lands and impossible wonders. He speaks of jade mountains and cities of glass, of dragons that sleep beneath the desert and rivers that run with silver. The listeners lean in, their faces lit by firelight and imagination, each person picturing their own version of the story. If you've ever been lost in a bedtime tale, you'll know the feeling. A gentle drifting, as if the world is both smaller and more magical than you remembered. Nearby, a group of Sogdian traders play a game of knucklebones, their laughter rising in bursts as fortunes change with each toss. A Chinese merchant, his robe embroidered with cranes, pours tea from a battered copper pot, the steam curling in the cool air. He offers a cup to Farid, who accepts gratefully, savoring the delicate, grassy flavor. The tea is a luxury, a taste of home carried across mountains and deserts, and Farid feels a quiet kinship with the man. Two travelers, worlds apart, sharing a moment of comfort beneath the same stars. The camp is a tapestry of cultures and customs. A Persian musician tunes his setar, plucking out a melody that drifts through the night, soft and haunting. A Buddhist monk sits cross-legged by his tent, spinning a prayer wheel and murmuring chants that seem to blend with the wind. A Roman merchant, his cloak pulled tight against the chill, regales a small audience with tales of distant Rome, of marble temples, bustling markets, and a city where the streets are said to be paved with gold. A Farid suspects this is a slight exaggeration, but he enjoys the story all the same. There are odd facts and gentle amusements everywhere. Some travelers swear by the power of amulets, tiny pouches filled with salt, jade, or dried herbs, tucked into their belts for luck and protection. Others rely on rituals, a whispered prayer before sleep, a coin buried at the edge of camp, a song sung softly to the camels to keep away evil spirits. The caravan's cook, a woman with a laugh as big as her stew pot, insists that the secret to safe travels is to always share your bread and never, under any circumstances, insult a camel. A Farid, having seen a camel's temper firsthand, takes this advice to heart. As the hours pass, the camp grows quieter. Some travelers slip away to their tents, wrapping themselves in woolen blankets and listening to the soft rustle of the wind. Others linger by the dying fires, sharing secrets and dreams, their voices low and thoughtful. Farid finds himself talking with an old healer, her hands stained with henna and her eyes bright with stories. She tells him of the herbs she carries: mint for headaches, saffron for courage, and a tiny vial of rose oil for homesickness. The road is long, she says, but every night brings us closer to somewhere new. The camels, finally at peace, lie down in the sand, their bodies forming gentle humps against the starlit sky. A few goats nibble at the last scraps of dinner, while the caravan dogs curl up beside their masters, content to dream of tomorrow's journey. The night is alive with small sounds: the crackle of embers, the distant call of an owl, the soft, rhythmic breathing of 100 travelers at rest. Farid, too, prepares for sleep. He rolls out his mat beside the fire, tucks his satchel beneath his head, and gazes up at the stars. The sky is impossibly vast, a river of light flowing from horizon to horizon. He thinks of the stories he's heard, the friends he's made, and the promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the dawn. The world feels both endless and intimate, a place where every traveler is part of a greater journey. And so, as the fires burn down to glowing coals and the camp drifts into silence, the night at the Silk Road Caravan becomes a gentle lullaby, a tapestry of voices, dreams, and the quiet magic of a world forever on the move. As the night deepens, the Silk Road Caravan camp is wrapped in a gentle hush. The last embers of the fires glow softly, casting a warm, golden light on the faces of those who linger nearby. The air is cool and still, carrying the faintest scent of spices, wool, and the distant sweetness of wildflowers. Overhead, the stars are scattered like jewels across the velvet sky, and the Milky Way stretches from horizon to horizon, a reminder that, for all the distances traveled, the world is still full of wonder. Farid, our apprentice, lies awake for a while, listening to the quiet symphony of the camp. There's the soft snoring of a merchant nearby, the gentle breathing of camels, and the occasional, muffled giggle from a group of children who are supposed to be asleep. Somewhere, a dog barks at a shadow, then settles back down, satisfied that the camp is safe for another night. The sounds are comforting, a patchwork of life and laughter, woven together by the shared experience of the road. Not everyone is asleep. A few travelers keep watch at the edge of camp, their silhouettes outlined by the moonlight. They talk in low voices, sharing stories and keeping an eye out for anything unusual. The Silk Road is a place of opportunity, but also of risk, bandits, wild animals, and the ever-present challenge of the elements. Yet tonight, all is calm. The only visitors are a pair of curious foxes, who slip through the shadows in search of scraps, and a flock of night birds, their calls echoing across the dunes. Inside the camp, the fires have burned down to coals, but a few small lanterns still glow, casting pools of light on the sand. Farid sees a group of elders gathered around one such lantern, their faces lined with years and stories. They speak of journeys past, of sandstorms survived, of lost friends remembered, of cities that shimmered on the horizon like a promise. Their voices are soft, but their words carry the weight of experience, and Farid listens, feeling both young and old at once. There are oddities and gentle humor, even in the quietest hours. A merchant, unable to sleep, tries to count camels instead of sheep, only to lose track and start over. A healer, half dreaming, mutters a recipe for a headache cure that involves mint, honey, and, somehow, a feather from a blue bird. The cook, always practical, snores contentedly, dreaming, perhaps, of a stew that never runs out and a camp where no one ever asks for seconds. The Silk Road is a place of connections between people, places, and times. Farid thinks of the goods carried in the wagons, silk from China, spices from India, glass from Rome, and stories from everywhere in between. Each item is a thread in a tapestry that stretches across continents, linking empires and villages, strangers and friends. The road is long, but every night brings the travelers closer to their destinations and to each other. As dawn approaches, the sky begins to pale, and the first birds call out from the reeds. The camp stirs slowly, with yawns and stretches, the promise of a new day on the horizon. Farid rises, brushing the sand from his clothes, and helps rekindle the fires. The camels are roused with gentle words and the promise of breakfast, while the merchants pack their goods and share a last cup of tea before the journey resumes. There is a sense of quiet anticipation in the air. The road ahead is unknown, but the travelers are ready, buoyed by the memories of the night, the comfort of shared stories, and the knowledge that, whatever happens, they are not alone. The Silk Road is more than a path through the desert. It is a living, breathing community, a place where every night is a new beginning. And so, as the caravan sets out once more, the camp fades into the morning mist, leaving behind only footprints, ashes, and the lingering echo of laughter. The world is wide, the journey long, but the gentle magic of a night at a bustling Silk Road caravan endures, woven into the fabric of history and into the dreams of all who travel its ancient path. Moving on to inside the walls of a medieval monastery, let's begin at dawn, as the first pale light slips through the narrow windows and paints golden stripes across the flagstone floor. The monastery is just waking, the world outside still wrapped in mist. Somewhere a bell tolls, a deep, resonant sound that rolls through the cloisters and stirs the monks from their sleep. The air is cool and fresh, carrying the scent of dew, damp grass, and the distant promise of baking bread. If you've ever been roused by an alarm clock that's a little too enthusiastic, you'll have some sympathy for the monks who greet each day with a mixture of devotion and perhaps a quiet longing for just 5 more minutes. Our guide for the day is Brother Thomas, a young monk with ink, stained fingers, and a talent for losing his sandals. He rises from his narrow bed, pulls on his rough woolen habit, and joins the silent procession to the chapel. The stone corridors echo with the soft shuffle of feet. The only sound the gentle rustle of robes and the occasional, slightly embarrassed sneeze. The chapel itself is a world of shadows and light, the air thick with incense and the soft glow of candles. The monks gather in their stalls, voices rising in a low, harmonious chant that seems to hang in the air long after the last note fades. After prayers, the day begins in earnest. The monastery is a hive of activity, each monk moving with quiet purpose. Brother Thomas heads to the scriptorium, a cool, dim room lined with shelves of parchment and jars of ink. Sunlight filters through high windows, illuminating dust motes that dance in the air. The scriptorium is a place of both discipline and delight, a world where words are sacred and a well-formed letter is a small act of devotion. Brother Thomas settles at his desk, unrolls a fresh sheet of parchment, and dips his quill in ink. The script flows from his pen, each letter carefully shaped, each word a link in the chain of memory that binds the monastery to the world beyond its walls. There are challenges, of course. The ink dries too quickly in the chill morning air, or not quickly enough when the weather turns damp. A careless elbow can send a pot tumbling, leaving a blot that will be the subject of gentle jokes for weeks. And then there are the texts themselves, ancient, complex, and occasionally baffling. Brother Thomas pauses over a particularly tricky passage, wondering for the 100th time why the saints couldn't have been a little more concise. If you've ever tried to decipher a doctor's handwriting, or assemble flat, pack furniture with instructions in Latin, you'll understand the struggle. But there are joys, too. The satisfaction of a perfectly formed letter. The quiet pride in seeing your work, added to the monastery's growing library, the camaraderie of shared labor. Brother Thomas glances at his neighbor, who is illuminating a manuscript with tiny gold leaf and a flourish of blue and red. Careful, Thomas whispers. If you make it too beautiful, the abbot will have you illuminating the entire psalter. His neighbor grins and adds an extra curl to a dragon's tail, just for luck. The scriptorium is a place of learning as well as labor. Older monks teach the younger ones, sharing tricks for mixing ink, sharpening quills, and keeping parchment from curling in the damp. There are lessons in Latin and Greek, in the art of making a book that will last for centuries. The work is demanding, but the rewards are real respect, security, and the quiet satisfaction of knowing that your words will outlast even the mightiest castle. As the sun climbs higher, the monastery comes fully to life. The kitchen is alive with the scent of baking bread and the gentle clatter of pots. The gardens are tended by monks in wide, brimmed hats, their hands stained with earth and their hearts full of quiet joy. The air is filled with the sounds of daily life, the hum of bees in the herb garden, the distant bleat of sheep, the soft laughter of novices as they try as and fail to keep the geese from invading the cloister. If you've ever tried to herd cats, you'll appreciate the challenge of keeping medieval geese in line. The refectory, where the monks take their meals, is a place of both silence and community. Meals are eaten in quiet, broken only by the voice of the reader, who recites from the rule of Saint Benedict or the lives of the saints. The food is simple but nourishing: bread, cheese, beans, and, on special days, a little fish or a handful of apples from the orchard. Brother Thomas savors each bite, grateful for the rhythm of the day and the company of his brothers. There are oddities and small mysteries everywhere. A hidden door in the library that leads to a forgotten storeroom, a patch of herbs in the garden that no one can quite identify, a rumor that the abbot once caught a novice napping in the bell tower and made him copy out the entire book of Psalms as penance. The monastery is a place of secrets, both grand and trivial, and the monks know them all, though they're far too discreet to share, unless you happen to have a particularly good piece of gossip to trade. As midday approaches, the monastery settles into a gentle rhythm. The sun streams through the high windows, casting golden patterns on the stone floors. The scriptorium is busy with the soft scratch of quills. The gardens hum with life, and the chapel stands ready for the next round of prayers. The air is filled with the promise of another day, full of work, laughter, and the quiet satisfaction of life within these ancient walls. And so, as the monastery moves from morning into midday, we find ourselves in a world where every stone has a story, Every corridor holds a secret, and the gentle routines of daily life are the true heart of the medieval monastery. As midday arrives, the monastery's daily rhythm continues with a gentle, almost musical precision. The bell rings again, its deep tone rolling over the fields and gardens, calling the brothers to the chapel for the midday prayers. The air inside the chapel is cool and still, filled with the mingled scents of beeswax, incense, and old stone. Sunlight streams through narrow stained glass windows, painting the floor with patches of blue, red, and gold. The monks' voices rise in chant, a tapestry of sound that seems to float above the world's worries. At least until Brother Peter's stomach rumbles audibly, earning him a few discreet smiles and a sympathetic glance from the abbot. After prayers, the brothers file into the refectory for the main meal of the day. The room is long and spare, with wooden tables and benches polished smooth by generations of use. Meals are eaten in silence, save for the steady voice of the reader, who recites from a well-worn book. Today's reading is the story of a saint who, legend has it, once converted a particularly stubborn goose. The geese in the monastery garden remain unconvinced, but the monks enjoy the tale all the same. The food is simple, thick slices of bread, a hearty vegetable pottage, and a wedge of cheese. On feast days, there might be a little fish or a sweet apple tart, but most days, the fare is humble and nourishing. After the meal, the brothers return to their various tasks. Brother Thomas heads to the gardens, where the air is alive with the hum of bees and the gentle rustle of leaves. The monastery's gardens are a patchwork of color and scent, rows of cabbages and leeks, beds of lavender and sage, and a small orchard where apples and pears ripen in the sun. The herb garden is Brother Thomas's favorite, a place where he can lose himself in the quiet work of tending mint, rosemary, and the ever-mysterious monk's pepper. He pauses to watch a butterfly land on a sprig of thyme, its wings shimmering in the light. If you've ever found yourself distracted by a particularly interesting bug while reading, you'll know the feeling. The gardens are more than just a source of food. They're a living pharmacy. The monastery's infirmary is stocked with remedies made from the plants grown here: chamomile for sleep, yarrow for wounds, and a particularly pungent garlic tonic that, according to Brother Matthew, can cure anything except a bad attitude. The infirmarian, a gentle soul with a talent for coaxing even the most reluctant patients, moves quietly among the beds, offering a kind word and a cup of herbal tea. The sick and weary find comfort here, wrapped in the soft light and the gentle murmur of prayers. Elsewhere, the monastery is alive with the sounds of work and study. In the scriptorium, the scratch of quills and the soft turning of pages fill the air. Brother Thomas returns to his desk, where a half-finished manuscript awaits. He carefully copies lines of Latin, pausing now and then to admire the illuminations, tiny dragons, curling vines, and the occasional, slightly mischievous rabbit. The work is slow, but there's a quiet joy in seeing the page come to life, each letter a small act of devotion. The library is a place of wonder, its shelves lined with books and scrolls from distant lands. Some are ancient, their pages yellowed and fragile. Others are new, their bindings still stiff and their gold leaf bright. The brothers take turns reading aloud, sharing stories of saints, philosophers, and travelers who have journeyed farther than any monk could dream. There are odd facts and curious tales everywhere. A treatise on the medicinal uses of snails, a poem about a particularly heroic turnip, and a map that, according to Brother Thomas, is only slightly less confusing than the monastery's own corridors. The afternoon brings a time of quiet reflection. Some brothers walk in the cloister, their footsteps echoing softly on the stone. Others tend to the animals, chickens, sheep, and, of course, the infamous geese, who seem to take a particular delight in testing the patience of even the most saintly monk. The air is filled with the gentle sounds of daily life, the clink of tools in the workshop, the distant ring of the blacksmith's hammer, and the soft laughter of novices as they practice their Latin declensions, and occasionally their juggling skills. There are oddities and small mysteries everywhere. A hidden alcove in the library, where a forgotten book waits to be discovered. A patch of wild strawberries growing in the shadow of the wall, their sweetness a secret treat for those who know where to look. A rumor that the abbot once won a wrestling match against the prior, though neither will confirm the story. The monastery is a place of secrets, both grand and trivial, and the brothers know them all, though they're far too discreet to share, unless you happen to be a particularly persistent goose. As the sun begins to set, the bell rings once more, calling the brothers to evening prayers. The air is cool and still, the sky painted with shades of pink and gold. The monastery settles into a gentle hush, the day's work done, the night's peace just beginning. And so, as the light fades and the first stars appear, the life inside the walls of a medieval monastery continues. A world of quiet devotion, gentle humor, and the enduring comfort of shared routine. As dusk settles over the monastery, the world outside grows quiet and blue. The last rays of sunlight slip through the cloister arches, painting the stone with a soft, golden glow. The bell tolls for vespers, and the monks gather once more in the chapel, their voices rising in a gentle, harmonious chant that seems to float above the worries of the day. The air is cool and still, thick with the scent of incense and the faint sweetness of beeswax candles. For a moment, time itself seems to pause, held in the hush between prayers. After vespers, the brothers return to their evening routines. Some linger in the cloister, walking slowly beneath the arches, their hands folded in quiet reflection. Others tend to the last chores of the day, feeding the animals, drawing water from the well, or sweeping the flagstones in the fading light. Brother Thomas, our ink-stained guide, makes his way to the kitchen, where the cook is preparing a simple supper, lentil stew, a loaf of fresh bread, and a handful of apples from the orchard. The kitchen is warm and inviting, filled with the soft clatter of wooden spoons and the low murmur of conversation. Supper is eaten in the refectory, the long tables lit by the golden glow of candles. The reader recites a story of a saint who, legend has it, once convinced a wolf to join the monastery, though the geese remain skeptical of this particular miracle. The meal is quiet, but there's a sense of camaraderie in the shared silence, a comfort in the familiar rhythm of breaking bread together. Brother Thomas savors each bite, grateful for the simple pleasures of good food and good company. After supper, the monastery settles into a gentle hush. The brothers scatter to their cells, each one a small, spare room with a narrow bed, a wooden chest, and a single candle flickering on the windowsill. Brother Thomas sits at his desk, writing a few lines in his journal, a habit he's kept since his first days in the monastery. He records the day's work, a particularly beautiful passage he copied, and a note to ask Brother Matthew for more ink. He sketches a quick drawing of the garden, the rows of herbs, and the ever-watchful geese, and adds a line of poetry about the evening star. There are oddities and small wonders even in the quiet of night. Somewhere in the distance, an owl calls from the orchard, its voice low and haunting. The wind rattles the shutters, and the old stones creak as they settle into the cool. In the scriptorium, a candle burns late into the night as Brother Peter finishes, illuminating a page with gold leaf and a flourish of blue. The abbot, making his rounds, pauses to admire the work, offering a quiet word of praise and a gentle reminder not to let the candle burn too low. The monastery is a place of secrets, both grand and small. There are hidden passages known only to the oldest brothers, a forgotten bell in the tower that rings only on feast days, and a rumor that the prior once brewed a batch of ale so strong it was declared a miracle, and then quietly banned. The brothers share these stories in whispers, their laughter echoing softly in the stone corridors. As the night deepens, the monastery grows still. The only sounds are the soft breathing of the brothers, the distant trickle of water in the fountain, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the garden. Brother Thomas lies in his narrow bed, listening to the quiet, his thoughts drifting between prayers and dreams. He thinks of the day's work, the beauty of the illuminated manuscript, and the comfort of belonging to a community bound by faith, routine, and the quiet magic of daily life. The world outside may be full of noise and uncertainty, but within these ancient walls there is peace, a peace built on centuries of devotion, memory, and the gentle strength of those who have chosen a life of service and contemplation. The monastery stands as it has for generations, a haven of calm in a restless world, its stones holding the memory of countless days just like this one. And so, the story of a day inside the walls of a medieval monastery comes to a gentle close, not with grand pronouncements or dramatic endings, but with the soft hush of night, the glow of candlelight, and the quiet certainty that, in the end, every small act of care and devotion matters. Moving on to the lost city of Pompeii, let's begin at dawn, as the first golden light spills over the rooftops and paints the city in soft, honeyed hues. The sky is clear, the air cool and fresh, carrying the faint aroma of olive groves and the salty tang of the Bay of Naples. In the distance, Mount Vesuvius rises, serene and untroubled, its slopes green and inviting. A gentle giant, not yet the infamous villain of history. Our guide for the day is Livia, a baker's daughter with flour-dusted hands and a knack for finding the best figs in the market. She wakes in a small, tidy house on a quiet street, the walls painted with bright frescoes of birds and flowers. The floor is cool beneath her feet as she slips outside, greeted by the soft cooing of doves and the distant clatter of a cart on the cobblestones. If you've ever woken up early in a city before the world is fully awake, you'll know the feeling. A gentle hush full of promise. The city is already stirring. Merchants open their shops, sweeping the thresholds and arranging their wares. Jars of garum, baskets of fruit, bolts of cloth in every color. The air is alive with the sounds of daily life, the calls of vendors, the laughter of children, and the rhythmic splash of water as a servant fills a jug at the public fountain. Livia greets her neighbors with a smile, exchanging a few words about the weather and the latest news. Who's getting married, whose dog has gone missing, and whether the baker's new apprentice can be trusted not to burn the bread. The jury is still out on that one. A breakfast is a simple affair, a piece of fresh bread, a handful of olives, and a cup of watered wine. Livia's father, already hard at work in the bakery, slides loaves into the oven. The scent of baking bread drifting down the street and drawing a steady stream of customers. The bakery is a hub of activity, with neighbors stopping by not just for bread, but for a bit of conversation and the latest gossip. If you've ever lingered in a coffee shop just a little longer than necessary, you'll understand the appeal. After breakfast, Livia sets out for the market, her basket swinging at her side. The streets of Pompeii are a patchwork of sights and sounds. Mosaic floors gleaming in the sunlight, painted walls advertising everything from wine to gladiator games, and the occasional, slightly faded, political slogan urging citizens to vote for one candidate or another. The market itself is a riot of color and noise. Stalls piled high with figs, dates and pomegranates, fishmongers calling out the day's catch, and a spice seller whose wares are so pungent that even the local cats keep their distance. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. A street musician plays a tune on a double flute, his hat outstretched for coins. A group of children chase a stray dog through the forum, their laughter echoing off the marble columns. In one corner, a fortune teller reads omens in a bowl of water, her customers watching with a mix of hope and skepticism. Livia pauses to buy a handful of fresh herbs, exchanging a wink with the vendor, who claims his basil is blessed by Venus herself. Whether or not that's true, it does make an excellent addition to soup. As the sun climbs higher, the city grows busier. The baths open their doors, and the first patrons slip inside, eager for a soak and a bit of conversation. The air is thick with steam, and the scent of perfumed oil, and the tiled floors are cool beneath bare feet. Livia's mother, a fan of both gossip and a good massage, insists that the baths are the true heart of Pompeii. A place where news travels faster than the fastest chariot, and where even the most serious disputes can be settled with a splash and a laugh. The temples, too, are alive with activity. Priests and priestesses tend to the altars, offering prayers and small sacrifices to the gods. The scent of incense drifts through the air, mingling with the sound of bells and the soft murmur of prayers. Livia stops to light a candle at the Temple of Fortuna, whispering a wish for good luck on her way to the market. If you've ever crossed your fingers before a big day, you'll understand the impulse. As midday approaches, the city settles into a gentle rhythm. The streets are shaded by awnings, and the air is filled with the promise of another day, full of work, laughter, and the quiet satisfaction of life in a city that, for a moment, feels eternal. And so, as the sun reaches its zenith and the shadows grow short, we find ourselves in a world where every stone has a story, every street holds a secret, and the gentle routines of daily life are the true heart of Pompeii. As midday settles over Pompeii, the city hums with the gentle bustle of daily life. The sun is high, casting sharp shadows along the colonnaded streets and warming the mosaic floors beneath Livia's sandals. The air is thick with the mingled scents of roasting meat, fresh bread, and the sweet perfume of flowering vines that spill over garden walls. Somewhere, a dog barks, and the distant clang of a blacksmith's hammer rings out from the workshops near the city gate. Livia weaves her way through the forum. The heart of Pompeii is public life. Here, merchants hawk their wares beneath striped awnings, their voices rising above the crowd in a chorus of offers and counter-offers. A fishmonger displays his catch on beds of crushed ice, while a potter arranges rows of gleaming amphorae, each one stamped with the mark of his workshop. The forum is a place of business, but also of gossip, politics, and the occasional impromptu debate about the best way to cook lentils. So, for the record, Livia's mother swears by a pinch of garum and a generous handful of herbs. The city's architecture is a marvel in itself. Grand temples rise above the rooftops, their marble columns gleaming in the sun. Statues of gods and heroes stand watch at every corner, their faces serene and slightly aloof, as if they're above the petty squabbles of mortals. The streets are paved with large, flat stones, worn smooth by generations of feet and the steady passage of carts. At the intersections, stepping stones allow pedestrians to cross without muddying their sandals. A small but ingenious touch that Livia appreciates, especially after last week's unexpected downpour. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. Livia passes a bakery where loaves of bread, stamped with the baker's seal, cool on wooden racks. The baker's dog, a dignified creature with a nose for trouble, keeps a watchful eye on the proceedings, ready to defend the bread from any would-be thieves, human or otherwise. In a nearby shop, a perfumer grinds rose petals and spices, filling the air with a fragrance so rich that even the passing donkeys seem to pause and inhale. The city is alive with color and sound. Children play games in the shadow of the basilica, their laughter echoing off the stone. Artists paint frescoes on the walls of wealthy homes, their brushes moving in quick, sure strokes. In the shade of a fig tree, an old man recites poetry to a small audience, his voice rising and falling in the warm afternoon air. Livia pauses to listen, savoring the rhythm of the words and the gentle applause that follows each verse. As the heat of the day grows, many residents retreat indoors for a midday rest. The houses of Pompeii are cool and inviting, their walls painted with scenes of gardens, gods and mythic beasts. Livia's own home is a modest but cheerful place, with a small courtyard filled with potted plants and a fountain that burbles softly in the corner. She takes a moment to rest in the shade, sipping a cup of cool water and listening to the distant hum of the city. The afternoon brings a new round of activity. Livia's mother prepares for a visit to the baths, gathering a bundle of towels and a small jar of scented oil. The baths are a social hub, a place to relax, gossip, and catch up on the latest news. Livia tags along, eager for a break from the heat and a chance to see her friends. The bath complex is a marvel of Roman engineering, with rooms of varying temperatures, marble benches, and pools of clear, steaming water. The air is thick with steam and the sound of laughter, and the tiled floors are cool beneath bare feet. Inside the bath, the rituals of cleanliness and conversation blend together. Women chat as they soak in the warm water, sharing stories and advice, while children splash in the shallow pools. Attendants move quietly through the rooms, offering towels and the occasional gentle reminder not to linger too long in the caldarium. Livia's favorite part is the frigidarium, the cold plunge pool, where the shock of cool water is both bracing and oddly exhilarating. If you've ever jumped into a chilly lake on a hot day, you'll know the feeling. A sudden, joyful jolt that leaves you wide awake and grinning. There are odd facts and gentle humor even in the baths. Some women swear by a particular clay mask for glowing skin, while others insist that the secret to beauty is a daily splash of rosewater and a good night's sleep. The bathhouse cat, a sleek creature with a talent for finding the sunniest spot, is a favorite among the regulars who claim she brings good luck to anyone she chooses to nap beside. As the afternoon wanes, Livia and her mother return home, refreshed and ready for the evening meal. The city is quieter now, the heat softened by a gentle breeze from the sea. The streets are bathed in golden light, and the shadows grow long as Pompeii prepares for another night of laughter, stories, and the quiet magic of daily life. And so, as the sun begins to set and the city glows with the promise of evening, we find ourselves in a world where every moment is filled with beauty, curiosity, and the gentle rhythms of a life well lived. As evening settles over Pompeii, the city takes on a softer, golden glow. The sun dips behind the distant hills, and the sky is painted in shades of rose and lavender. The air cools, carrying the scent of jasmine and the distant, briny promise of the sea. Livia and her family gather in the atrium, the heart of their home, where a small pool reflects the fading light, and the gentle splash of water soothes the day's worries. Dinner is a leisurely affair, full of laughter and the clink of pottery. The table is set with simple but delicious fare, fresh bread, olives, cheese, and a stew of lentils and vegetables, seasoned with herbs from the garden. There's a dish of figs, sweet and sticky, and a jug of watered wine to share. The family talks about the day, who they saw at the market, what news the bathhouse brought, and whether the neighbor's rooster will ever learn to crow at a reasonable hour. A consensus unlikely. After the meal, the city comes alive in a different way. The streets are filled with the soft glow of oil lamps, and neighbors linger at their doorways, exchanging stories and jokes. Musicians play in the forum, their melodies drifting through the night air. Children chase each other through the alleys, their laughter echoing off the walls. Livia and her friends slip out to join the crowd, drawn by the promise of music and the thrill of a city that never truly sleeps. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. A street performer juggles torches in the square, his movements quick and sure, while a storyteller spins tales of gods and monsters to a rapt audience. In a quiet corner, an artist sketches the scene, his charcoal moving swiftly across a scrap of parchment. The city is alive with creativity, each person adding their own thread to the tapestry of Pompeii's story. The temples are especially beautiful at night. Livia pauses at the steps of the Temple of Apollo, where the marble columns glow in the lamplight, and the air is thick with the scent of incense. She offers a silent prayer for her family's health and happiness, and for the city she loves. The priests move quietly through the shadows, tending to the altars and offering blessings to those who seek them. The sense of peace is almost tangible, a gentle reminder that, for all its bustle, Pompeii is a city built on faith and tradition. As the night deepens, the city grows quieter. Livia returns home, her feet tired but her heart full. She sits for a moment in the garden, listening to the distant sounds of the city, the soft murmur of voices, the gentle splash of water, the occasional bark of a dog. The stars emerge, bright and unblinking, scattered across the sky like tiny lanterns. The silhouette of Vesuvius looms in the distance, peaceful and untroubled, its slopes bathed in moonlight. Inside, the house is cool and calm. Livia's mother tidies the kitchen, her father checks the locks, and her younger brother is already asleep, dreaming of gladiators and chariot races. Livia slips into bed, the linen cool against her skin, and lets her thoughts drift. She thinks of the day's adventures, the laughter of her friends, and the quiet beauty of her city. She wonders what tomorrow will bring. A new story, a new friend, perhaps a new favorite fig at the market. There are odd facts and gentle humor, even in the quiet of night. Some say that if you dream of the sea, you'll have good luck the next day. Others believe that a cat sleeping at the foot of your bed will keep away bad dreams. Livia, for her part, is content to let the night work its magic, trusting that the city she loves will still be there in the morning, full of life and possibility. And so, as Pompeii drifts into sleep, the city holds its secrets close, a world of beauty, laughter, and the gentle rhythms of daily life, preserved in memory and stone. The lost city is never truly lost, so long as its stories are told and its spirit endures. Moving on to life aboard a caravel in the age of discovery, let's begin at dawn, as the first pale light slips over the rolling waves and paints the sky in shades of rose and gold. The caravel rocks gently, her sails furled and her deck slick with dew. The world is hushed, save for the soft murmur of the sea and the distant cry of a gull, who, like most gulls, is already plotting to steal someone's breakfast. The crew stirs slowly, stretching cramped limbs and blinking sleep from their eyes. If you've ever woken up in a tent after a night of camping, you'll know the feeling. Except here, the ground moves, and the nearest tree is several hundred miles away. Our guide for the day is Joao, a young sailor with sun-bleached hair, calloused hands, and a talent for tying knots that would impress even the most skeptical scoutmaster. Joao's hammock is slung between two beams in the cramped forecastle, where the air is thick with the scent of damp canvas, old rope, and the faint, lingering aroma of last night's salted fish. He swings out of bed, careful not to step on his neighbor's boots, and makes his way up to the deck, where the sky is already brightening and the wind carries the promise of another long day at sea. Breakfast is a simple affair, a chunk of hardtack, which, despite its name, is neither particularly hard nor especially tacky, just stubbornly bland, a slice of dried cheese, and a cup of watered wine. The crew gathers in small groups, sharing quiet jokes, and the occasional complaint about the cook's creative use of spices. Joao's friend Pedro claims to have found a weevil in his biscuit, which, he insists, is a sign of good luck. Better a weevil in your bread than in your bed, he says, though no one seems entirely convinced. The caravel itself is a marvel of design, sleek, sturdy, and surprisingly nimble. Her hull is built of oak and pine, her sails patched and mended from a dozen different voyages. The deck is a maze of ropes, barrels, and crates, each one lashed down with the kind of care that comes from hard, earned experience. The captain, a stern but fair man with a beard that could shelter a family of sparrows, stands at the helm, scanning the horizon with a practiced eye. He greets Joao with a nod and a reminder to check the rigging. A loose knot is the sailor's curse, he says, though Joao suspects he just enjoys the sound of his own wisdom. The morning is spent in a flurry of activity. Some crew members climb the rigging to unfurl the sails, their figures silhouetted against the brightening sky. Others scrub the deck, their brushes sending up clouds of salt and sand. The carpenter inspects the hull for leaks, tapping the planks with a practiced ear, while the cook prepares the midday meal, a stew of beans, salt pork, and whatever vegetables have survived the journey so far. The air is filled with the sounds of work, the creak of wood, the snap of canvas, and the low hum of voices rising and falling with the rhythm of the sea. There are oddities and small wonders everywhere. A school of dolphins appears off the starboard bow, leaping and spinning in the morning light. The crew gathers at the rail, cheering and pointing, convinced that the dolphins are a sign of good fortune. Joao tosses a crust of bread into the water, and for a moment, the worries of the voyage are forgotten in the simple joy of watching the dolphins play. If you've ever found yourself distracted by a particularly interesting cloud during a long road trip, you'll understand the magic of these small moments. As the sun climbs higher, the heat intensifies. The crew seeks shade where they can, beneath the overhang of the forecastle, behind a stack of barrels, or under the shadow of a sail. Joao takes a turn at the pump, helping to keep the bilge water from rising too high. The work is hard and sweaty, but there's a sense of camaraderie in the shared effort. The boatswain, a gruff man with a surprisingly gentle laugh, tells stories of past voyages, of storms weathered, lands discovered, and the time he mistook a floating coconut for a sea monster. In his defense, it was a very large coconut. The midday meal is a welcome break. The crew gathers around the mainmast, bowls in hand, and shares a meal of stew and hardtack, washed down with a cup of watered wine. Conversation drifts from the day's work to dreams of home, to the ever-popular debate about whether the captain's beard is hiding a second, even more impressive beard underneath. Joao listens, laughs, and feels the gentle sway of the ship beneath him. A reminder that, for all its challenges, life at sea is a world unto itself, full of small joys and quiet wonders. And so, as the sun reaches its zenith and the shadows grow short, we find ourselves in a place where every day is shaped by wind and water, by the steady rhythm of the waves, and the quiet strength of those who call the Caravel home. As the afternoon sun blazes overhead, the Caravel glides steadily across the endless blue. The sails billow with the wind, their canvas patched and sun-bleached, creaking softly as the ship leans into her course. The sea sparkles all around, a shifting mosaic of turquoise and indigo, and the horizon seems to stretch forever, a promise and a challenge, all at once. Joao, our young sailor, wipes sweat from his brow and takes a moment to lean against the rail, gazing out at the waves. The air is thick with the scent of salt tar and the faint, ever-present aroma of fish. Gulls wheel overhead, their cries sharp and insistent, as if reminding the crew that lunch is overdue. Below deck, the cook is hard at work, coaxing flavor from beans, pork, and a few tired onions. The galley is a cramped, smoky space, filled with the clatter of pots and the occasional, slightly alarming, burst of steam. If you've ever tried to make a meal in a tiny kitchen while the floor moves beneath your feet, you'll have a sense of the challenge. The afternoon is a time for chores and quiet routines. Some sailors mend sails, their fingers nimble as they stitch new patches onto old cloth. Others scrape barnacles from the hull, their laughter echoing over the water as they compete to see who can find the biggest, ugliest specimen. Joao is sent to help the carpenter, who is repairing a stubborn leak near the stern. The carpenter, a man of few words and many tools, grunts his approval as Joao hands him a mallet. "A ship is like a family," he says, "always in need of a little fixing." There are oddities and amusements to be found, even in the monotony of the open sea. A barrel of apples, stowed away at the last port, is discovered to be home to a family of stowaway mice. The crew debates what to do. Some suggest keeping them as pets, others as a potential emergency snack. In the end, the mice are granted honorary crew status, provided they stay out of the hardtack. The mice, for their part, seem to have no intention of following orders. The captain calls for a brief respite, and the crew gathers on deck for a bit of recreation. Someone produces a battered lute, and soon the air is filled with music and song. The tunes are a mix of old sea shanties, love ballads, and the occasional, slightly off-key attempt at a dance. Joao joins in, clapping along and laughing as Pedro tries to teach the boatswain a new step. The boatswain, who has all the grace of a barrel rolling downhill, gamely gives it a try, much to the amusement of the crew. If you've ever seen a group of friends attempt karaoke after a long day, you'll know the mood. As the sun begins to dip, the light softens, painting the sails and the faces of the crew in shades of gold and rose. The wind cools, and the air is filled with the gentle slap of waves against the hull. Joao takes a turn at the helm, his hands steady on the wheel as the captain offers quiet guidance. The ship responds to every touch, her timbers creaking in contentment. There's a sense of pride in steering the Caravel, a feeling that, for a moment, the whole world is open and waiting. The evening meal is a simple affair. More stew, a few precious apples, and a cup of wine passed from hand to hand. The crew gathers in small groups, sharing stories of home and dreams of what lies ahead. Some talk of gold and glory, others of family and the hope of safe return. Joao listens, his thoughts drifting to the distant shore, to the promise of discovery and the comfort of familiar voices. As night falls, the ship is bathed in moonlight, the sails glowing softly against the dark sky. The stars emerge, bright and unblinking, scattered across the heavens like a map of dreams. The navigator, a quiet man with a mind for numbers and a heart for poetry, points out the constellations, tracing their shapes with a calloused finger. "There's Orion," he says, "and the Southern Cross. Follow them, and you'll never be lost." Joao nods, feeling the weight and wonder of the journey. There are odd facts and gentle humor, even in the quiet of night. The ship's cat, a sleek creature with a talent for finding the warmest spot, curls up beside the helmsman, purring contentedly. The lookout, perched high in the crow's nest, sings softly to himself, his voice carried away by the wind. Below deck, the carpenter snores with the steady rhythm of a man who has earned his rest, while Pedro dreams of apples, mice, and a dance that finally goes right. And so, as the Caravel sails on beneath the stars, the life of the crew unfolds in gentle rhythms, a world of work and wonder, laughter and longing, and the quiet magic of a journey into the unknown. As midnight drifts over the open sea, the Caravel glides quietly beneath a sky thick with stars. The world is hushed, save for the gentle slap of waves against the hull and the soft creak of timbers settling into the night. The lanterns along the deck cast golden halos, their light flickering on the faces of the few sailors still awake. Most of the crew are asleep in their hammocks below, rocked by the slow, steady motion of the ship, a lullaby written by wind and water. Joao, our young sailor, is on the night watch. He stands at the rail, the salt air cool on his face, and listens to the distant call of a night bird. Perhaps a petrel, perhaps just the wind playing tricks. The sea is a dark, endless plain, broken only by the silver trail of moonlight and the occasional flash of a fish leaping from the water. There's a sense of peace in these hours, a feeling that the world is both impossibly vast and comfortingly small, held together by the fragile wooden bones of the Caravel. The night watch is a time for quiet reflection and gentle conversation. Joao's companion, an older sailor named Miguel, shares stories of past voyages, of storms survived, islands discovered, and the time he mistook a floating barrel for a mermaid. "She was the prettiest barrel I ever saw," Miguel says with a wink, and Joao laughs, grateful for the company. They talk of home, of family, and of the strange, wonderful places that might lie just beyond the horizon. Below deck, the crew sleep in a patchwork of hammocks and blankets, their dreams filled with memories and hopes. The carpenter snores softly, the cook mumbles about apples, and Pedro, ever the optimist, dreams of a feast that never ends. The ship's cat prowls the shadows, her eyes gleaming in the lantern light, ever on the hunt for a stray mouse or a warm lap. There are oddities and small wonders even in the quiet of night. The navigator, unable to sleep, sits at his table with a battered star chart, tracing the constellations with a careful finger. He murmurs to himself, calculating the ship's position by the angle of the stars and the tilt of the moon. If you've ever tried to find your way home by the light of a street lamp, you'll appreciate the quiet magic of celestial navigation. A blend of science, art, and a little bit of hope. The captain, too, is awake. Pacing the deck with a mug of watered wine, he pauses to check the sails, to listen to the wind, and to offer a quiet word of encouragement to the night watch. His presence is steady and reassuring, a reminder that, for all the uncertainty of the journey, there is order and purpose in every day at sea. As dawn approaches, the sky begins to pale, and the first birds call out from somewhere beyond the horizon. The crew stirs, stretching and yawning, their faces lit by the soft glow of morning. Joao helps to raise the sails, his hands moving with practiced ease, and the Caravel leans into the wind, eager for the new day. The cook appears with a pot of steaming porridge, the scent of cinnamon and honey drifting across the deck. The crew gather for breakfast, sharing stories of the night and dreams of what lies ahead. There are odd facts and gentle humor, even in the routines of morning. The boatswain insists that whistling on deck will summon a storm, while Pedro claims that a seagull landing on the mast is a sign of good luck, unless, of course, it leaves a gift behind. The crew debate the merits of various superstitions, each one convinced that his is the secret to a safe and successful voyage. As the sun climbs higher, the Caravel sails on, her white sails billowing against the blue sky. The world is full of promise, the horizon wide and inviting. Joao stands at the rail, watching the waves and feeling the gentle pull of adventure. He knows that the journey will be long, that there will be storms and hardships, but also moments of wonder and joy. Dolphins leaping in the morning light, the taste of fresh fruit after weeks at sea, the laughter of friends beneath the stars. And so, as the Caravel glides into the new day, the story of life aboard ship continues, a tapestry of work and wonder, of dreams and discovery, woven together by the steady rhythm of the sea and the quiet courage of those who dare to follow the horizon. Moving on to the construction of a Viking longship, let's begin not on the open sea, but in the hush of a northern dawn. The sky is a pale wash of blue and gold, the sun just beginning to peek over the treetops. The air is cool and fresh, tinged with the scent of pine, damp earth, and the faintest trace of wood smoke from a distant hearth. Somewhere, a woodpecker taps out its morning rhythm, a sound that, in these parts, is as much a wake-up call as any rooster. In a clearing near the water's edge, the shipyard is already stirring. The ground is littered with wood shavings and curls of bark, the remains of yesterday's work. Stacks of timber, oak, ash, and pine, are neatly arranged, each log chosen for its strength and grain. The master shipwright, a figure of quiet authority with hands as gnarled as the roots of an old tree, inspects the wood, running his fingers along the grain and nodding in approval or occasionally muttering about the ambitions of a particularly stubborn knot. The first task is to select the keel, the backbone of the ship. It must be strong, straight, and just flexible enough to ride the waves without snapping. The shipwright and his apprentices debate the merits of each log, their voices low and thoughtful. There's a running joke that choosing the right keel is like picking a spouse. You want something sturdy, reliable, and unlikely to let you down in a storm. If you've ever spent too long in the hardware store, debating between two nearly identical planks, you'll understand the process. Once the keel is chosen, the real work begins. The apprentices set to work with axes and adzes, shaping the wood with practiced strokes. The sound of chopping and scraping fills the air, punctuated by the occasional yelp as a splinter finds its mark. The shipwright moves among them, offering advice, encouragement, and the occasional gentle ribbing. "Remember, we're building a ship, not a cheese grater," he says, eyeing a particularly enthusiastic apprentice. The next step is to shape the ribs, the curved timbers that will give the Longship its iconic, sweeping lines. Each rib is steamed over a fire, the wood softening just enough to be bent into place. The apprentices work quickly, fitting the hot, pliable wood into molds and securing it with pegs. There's a certain magic in the transformation. What was once a straight, stubborn branch becomes the graceful arc of a ship's side. If you've ever tried to assemble flat, pack furniture and ended up with something unexpectedly beautiful, you'll appreciate the satisfaction. The planking comes next. Long, thin boards are split from logs and carefully shaped to fit together, overlapping like the scales of a fish. This technique, called clinker building, gives the Longship its strength and flexibility. The planks are fastened with iron nails, each one hammered home with a satisfying thunk. The apprentices take turns at the forge, heating the nails until they glow red, then plunging them into barrels of water with a hiss and a cloud of steam. There's a running contest to see who can make the biggest sizzle, though the shipwright insists that quiet nails make for a quiet voyage. Let's pause for a moment to appreciate the artistry of the shipwrights. Every curve, every joint, every seam is the result of generations of knowledge, passed down from master to apprentice. The tools are simple: axes, saws, chisels, but the skill required is anything but. There are no blueprints, only experience and a keen eye for the way wood wants to bend and move. The shipwrights work by feel, by sound, by the subtle language of timber and iron. It's a kind of magic, the one that leaves your hands sore and your back aching by sunset. Odd facts and small wonders abound. Did you know that Viking shipbuilders sometimes buried a coin or a small offering beneath the keel, a gift to the spirits of the sea? Or that the tar used to seal the planks was brewed from pine resin in great, bubbling cauldrons, its scent so strong it could clear a stuffy nose at 20 paces. There are stories of shipyards where the local cats were considered good luck, provided they didn't nap in the tar barrels, a lesson learned the hard way more than once. As the morning unfolds, the shipyard hums with activity. The keel is set, the ribs rise, and the planks begin to form the sleek, unmistakable shape of a longship. The day is just beginning, and the story of Viking shipbuilding is waiting to be told. One stroke of the axe, one ring of the hammer, one whispered hope for fair winds at a time. By mid-morning, the shipyard is a hive of purposeful activity. The air is thick with the scent of pine sap and hot tar, and the steady percussion of hammers and adzes echoes through the trees. The Longship's skeleton rises from the ground, its ribs arching skyward like the bones of some ancient sea creature. Apprentices scurry between the stacks of timber, fetching tools, carrying planks, and occasionally pausing to admire the growing vessel, though never for too long, lest the shipwright catch them, resting their eyes. The planking continues, each board carefully shaped and fitted to overlap its neighbor. The clinker-built hull is both strong and flexible, able to flex with the waves rather than fight them. Shipwrights run their hands along the seams, checking for gaps, and fill any spaces with moss or wool soaked in pine tar. This caulking keeps the water out and the ship light, though it does mean the shipyard dogs have a habit of coming home with suspiciously sticky paws. Iron nails, forged in the village smithy, are hammered home with a satisfying ring. The blacksmith, a burly figure with arms like tree trunks and a laugh that can be heard across the fjord, takes pride in his work. He claims that a well-made nail is the difference between a safe voyage and a soggy disaster. There's a running joke that the blacksmith's nails are so strong, even Thor would have trouble pulling them out. Though, to be fair, no one's been brave enough to ask the god himself. Let's pause to appreciate the teamwork at play. Building a longship is not a solitary task. It's a dance of many hands, each person relying on the others to keep the rhythm. The shipwright calls out measurements, the apprentices pass tools, and the blacksmith delivers a fresh batch of nails, just in time. Even the village children get involved, gathering moss for caulking or running messages between the shipyard and the kitchens. If you've ever been part of a group project where everyone actually pulls their weight, you'll recognize the rare and wonderful harmony. The ship's shape is more than just beautiful, it's practical. The shallow draft allows the longship to slip up rivers and onto beaches, while the high prow and stern help it ride out rough seas. The hull is narrow and long, built for speed and agility. The shipwrights debate the finer points of design, sometimes heatedly, over mugs of ale during their midday break. Should the prow curve higher? Should the oar holes be closer together? There's a certain dry humor in these discussions, especially when the village elder chimes in with, "In my day, we built ships with our bare hands and a sharp look." As the day wears on, the finer details come into focus. The oar holes are drilled, each one spaced just so, and the benches are fitted for the rowers. The mast step is set, ready to hold the tall, sturdy mast that will carry the sail. The rudder, a broad steering oar, is shaped and fitted to the stern, its handle worn smooth by the hands of generations. The prow and stern are carved with intricate designs, dragons, serpents, or the faces of gods, meant to protect the ship and strike fear into the hearts of enemies. There's a running joke that the more fearsome the dragon, the less likely the crew is to be bothered by seagulls. Let's not forget the sailmakers working in a corner of the yard. They stitch together strips of woolen cloth, dyeing them with madder root, woad, or onion skins to create bold stripes of red, blue, or gold. The finished sail is a thing of beauty, strong enough to catch the wind and flexible enough to be furled in a squall. The sailmakers take pride in their work, and there's a friendly rivalry over whose sail will last the longest or look the grandest on the open sea. Odd facts and small wonders abound. Did you know that Viking longships were sometimes named for their most memorable voyage, or for a particularly impressive storm survived, or that the ship's figurehead was often removable, so it could be taken off when entering friendly harbors, just in case the local spirits were easily startled? There are stories of shipyards where the first fish caught from a new ship was offered to the gods, a small sacrifice for safe passage and good luck. As the afternoon sun slants through the trees, the longship nears completion. The hull gleams with fresh tar, the benches are set, and the sail is ready to be hoisted for the first time. The shipwright gathers the crew and villagers for a quiet moment of pride and anticipation. There's laughter, a few last-minute adjustments, and the promise of a celebration to come. The day is not yet done, and the launch still awaits. But for now, there is a sense of accomplishment, a feeling that, for all its challenges, building a longship is as much about community and tradition as it is about wood and iron. The ship stands ready, a testament to the skill, patience, and quiet dreams of those who built her. As evening settles over the village, the shipyard is alive with excitement. The Longship, gleaming with fresh tar and adorned with its fierce figurehead, rests on wooden rollers at the water's edge. The whole community gathers, children perched on logs, elders wrapped in woolen cloaks, and the shipwrights standing a little taller than usual. The air is thick with the scent of pine, wood smoke, and the salty tang of the nearby fjord. There's a sense of pride, but also a touch of nervousness. After all, even the best shipwrights know that the sea has a mind of its own. Before the launch, tradition demands a blessing. The village seer, draped in a cloak of raven feathers, steps forward. She sprinkles mead and a few grains of barley on the prow, murmuring words to the old gods. Odin for wisdom and Jord for safe passage, and Thor for strength in storms. A small coin, perhaps a silver penny or a carved bone token, is slipped beneath the keel as an offering to the spirits of the sea. There's a running joke that the gods prefer coins to IOUs, though no one's brave enough to test the theory. The shipwright leads a final inspection, running his hands along the hull, checking every seam and nail. The apprentices gather their tools, some already dreaming of the next ship, others just relieved to have all their fingers intact. The blacksmith, never one to miss a moment, offers a toast with a mug of ale, declaring that no ship built with my nails has ever sunk, at least not right away. Laughter ripples through the crowd, easing the tension. With a signal from the shipwright, the villagers take their places along the rollers. The command is given, and with a chorus of shouts and the creak of wood, the Longship begins to move. It slides down the ramp, gathering speed, and with a final splash, it enters the water, rocking gently as the crowd erupts in cheers. The ship floats high and true, her dragon prow gleaming in the last light of day. If you've ever watched a bottle rocket finally take flight after a dozen failed launches, you'll know the mix of relief and exhilaration. The celebration begins in earnest. Musicians strike up a tune on lyres and drums, and the first catch of the day, perhaps a fat salmon or a basket of mussels, is roasted over the fire. The cooks serve up stew and bread, and the mead flows freely. Children race along the shore, daring each other to touch the dragon's nose, while the elders share stories of ships and storms from their own youth. There's a contest to see who can row the fastest, and a few brave souls even try their hand at balancing on the narrow gunwales, usually with predictably soggy results. Let's pause to notice the quieter moments. The shipwright sits with his apprentices, pointing out the subtle curves of the hull. The way the planks fit together, the clever joinery that makes the ship both strong and light. He tells them that every ship is a lesson, every launch a leap of faith. The apprentices listen, some already dreaming of the day they'll lead a build of their own. As dusk deepens, the Longship is readied for her maiden voyage. The chosen crew, rowers, helmsmen, and a few honored guests climb aboard, settling onto the benches with a mix of excitement and nerves. The sail is hoisted, catching the evening breeze, and the ship glides out into the fjord, her wake trailing silver in the moonlight. The villagers watch from the shore, their cheers fading into the hush of night. Odd facts and gentle humor linger in the air. Did you know that some Viking longships were so well built they could be carried overland between rivers? Or that the first voyage was often short and cautious, just in case the gods had any last-minute feedback? There are tales of ships that returned with a hold full of fish, and others that came back with nothing but stories and a slightly bruised figurehead. Either way, the launch was always a cause for celebration. As the Longship returns to shore, the crew is greeted with more cheers, and the feast continues late into the night. The fire burns low, the songs grow softer, and the ship rests at anchor, ready for the journeys to come. The work of building is done, but the adventure is just beginning. The story of a Viking longship is a story of craft and courage, of community and quiet pride. It's a world where every plank is a promise, every launch a leap into the unknown, and every ship a vessel for dreams, carrying the hopes of a village out into the wide, waiting world. Moving on to the surprising history of medieval board games, let's begin, not in a grand castle or a smoky tavern, but in the gentle hush of a medieval morning. The sun is just beginning to warm the rooftops of a bustling town, its rays slipping through narrow windows and dancing across the stone floors. Somewhere, a rooster crows, because even in the Middle Ages, there's always someone eager to start the day before everyone else. The air is cool, tinged with the scent of baking bread, wood smoke, and the faintest trace of beeswax from last night's candles. In a modest home above a shop, a family stirs. The children are already awake, their eyes bright with anticipation. Today is market day, and after the chores are done, there will be time for games. The family's prized possession, a simple wooden board, carved with squares and circles, sits on the table, waiting for the first match of the day. The pieces are worn smooth by years of play, each one a small treasure. If you've ever had a favorite board game with a missing piece or two, you'll understand the quiet pride in a set that survived generations. As the city wakes, the sounds of daily life begin to rise. The clatter of carts on cobblestones, the cheerful calls of vendors, the distant toll of church bells. In the town square, merchants set up their stalls, and children gather in small groups, eager to play before the day's work begins. Some have dice carved from bone or antler, others carry small bags of pebbles or colored stones. The rules are passed down from older siblings and neighbors, each game a blend of tradition and invention. Board games in the Middle Ages were more than just a way to pass the time. They were a window into the world's cultures, a test of wit and luck, and occasionally a source of mild scandal. Take the game of tables, for example, a distant ancestor of backgammon. Played on a board with 2 rows of 12 points, it was a favorite among nobles and commoners alike. The clatter of dice and the quick movements of the pieces made for lively competition, and more than one chronicler complained that games of tables could last well into the night, much to the dismay of anyone hoping for an early bedtime. Let's pause for a moment to appreciate the variety of games on offer. There was Alkwerk, a game of strategy and capture that would eventually evolve into modern checkers. There was Nine Men's Morris, a game of lines and counters, played on boards scratched into church pews, tavern tables, and even the stones of castle walls. And then there were the dice games, simple, addictive, and occasionally banned by exasperated authorities who worried that too much gambling might lead to more than just bruised egos. The world of medieval games was surprisingly inclusive. In the bustling markets of Moorish Spain, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim children played together, sharing rules and swapping pieces. In the monasteries, monks played chess to sharpen their minds and pass the long hours between prayers. Even women, often excluded from other forms of public life, found a place at the game board. Sometimes as fierce competitors, sometimes as quiet strategists, always as part of the social fabric. Odd facts and small surprises abound. Did you know that some medieval dice were loaded, carefully carved to favor certain numbers, or that the earliest chess pieces in Europe were often abstract, their shapes dictated by religious rules against graven images? In some places, the bishop was represented by a simple mitre, the queen by a small tower, and the knight by a horse's head, proof that even in play, the medieval mind found ways to blend faith, function, and a touch of whimsy. As the morning unfolds, the city hums with possibility. In the shadow of the cathedral, a group of apprentices gather around a chalkboard, their laughter echoing off the stone. In a quiet garden, two nuns play a careful game of chess, their moves as deliberate as their prayers. In the corner of a busy tavern, a merchant and a sailor haggle over the rules of a dice game, each convinced the other is up to something. If you've ever played a game with a sibling who insists on house rules, you'll recognize the spirit. The game board is a place of connection, a space where differences fade, and the only thing that matters is the next move. It's a world where luck and skill dance together, where fortunes can change with the roll of a die or the clever placement of a piece. And, perhaps most importantly, it's a world where everyone, from the humblest peasant to the loftiest lord, can find a moment of joy, a spark of challenge, and a reason to gather together. As the sun climbs higher, the city grows busier, but the games continue. On doorsteps, in courtyards, and beneath the spreading branches of ancient trees. The day is just beginning, and the world of medieval board games is waiting to be explored, one move at a time. As midday settles over the town, the streets and squares are alive with the hum of activity. The market is bustling, the air thick with the scent of fresh bread, roasting meat, and the sharp tang of spilled ale. In every corner, it seems, someone is playing a game. The baker's apprentice rolls dice with the blacksmith's son on a flour-dusted barrel. A pair of merchants, their negotiations paused, lean over a board of 9 men's Morris, each plotting their next move with the seriousness of generals. Even the town's stray cats seem to watch with interest. Though, to be fair, they're probably just hoping for a dropped morsel. Games in the Middle Ages were more than idle amusement. They were a social glue, a way to build alliances, settle disputes, and, occasionally, to show off one's wit. In the shade of a tavern's awning, a group of travelers gather around a chessboard. The pieces are mismatched, some carved from bone, others from wood, a few replaced by pebbles or coins. But the game is no less intense. Each move is met with murmurs of approval or groans of dismay, and the onlookers offer advice, encouragement, or, when the mood strikes, a bit of gentle heckling. If you've ever played chess in a park and attracted a crowd of self-appointed experts, you'll know the feeling. Let's pause at a table where a group of women are playing alcove, their fingers moving deftly as they capture and leap. Their laughter rings out, and their conversation drifts from the game to the latest town gossip and back again. In a world where women's voices were often confined to the home, the game board offers a rare space for strategy, competition, and camaraderie. It's a reminder that, even in the most rigid societies, play finds a way to level the field, at least until someone accuses the cat of cheating. Not all games are so peaceful. In the corner of the tavern, a dice game grows heated. The stakes are small, a loaf of bread, a mug of ale, but the pride on the line is enormous. One player, convinced his luck has turned, rolls the dice with a flourish, only to groan as they come up snake eyes. His opponent grins, scoops up the winnings, and offers a consoling pat on the back. Better luck next time. He says, though everyone knows luck is a fickle friend. If you've ever lost at Monopoly and sworn you'd never play again, only to be back at the table the next night, you'll understand the cycle. The rules of these games are as varied as the players. Some are carefully recorded in manuscripts, their diagrams and instructions preserved by monks with a fondness for order. Others are passed down by word of mouth, changing with each retelling. In some towns, the local priest might frown on dice games, worried about gambling and idle hands. In others, the games are embraced as a harmless diversion, a way to keep spirits high during long winters or lean harvests. Odd facts and curious customs abound. In some places, chess was considered a noble pursuit, a way to train the mind for battle and diplomacy. Kings and queens played alongside their courtiers, and the game's metaphors, castles, knights, bishops, mirrored the world outside the board. In other regions, dice games were so popular that authorities occasionally banned them, worried that too much play would lead to neglect of work, or worse, to brawls in the street. It's comforting to know that no gaming during work hours is a rule with a very long history. The diversity of medieval Europe is reflected in its games. In Moorish Spain, chess boards are inlaid with intricate geometric patterns, and the rules blend influences from Persia, India, and the Islamic world. In Scandinavia, players gather around Nefertofel boards, a Viking game of strategy and escape. In the Jewish quarters, children play with spinning tops and pebbles, their laughter mingling with the songs of the marketplace. The game board is a crossroads, a place where cultures meet, borrow, and invent. Let's not forget the role of games in the great halls and castles. After a long day of hunting or council, nobles gather by the fire to play chess or tables, their conversation a mix of strategy, politics, and the occasional boast. The flicker of torchlight glints off polished pieces, and the air is thick with the scent of spiced wine and roasting meat. Servants and squires watch from the shadows, sometimes invited to play, sometimes content to observe. The game is both entertainment and education, a way to sharpen the mind, pass the time, and, if one is lucky, impress a visiting dignitary. As the afternoon wears on, the games continue. In the monastery, monks play chess in silence, their moves as deliberate as their prayers. In the village square, children invent new rules for old games, their laughter echoing off the stone walls. The world of medieval games is alive, ever-changing, and endlessly inventive, a testament to the human need for play, connection, and a little friendly competition. The sun begins to dip, casting long shadows across the boards and tables. The day is not yet done, and the world of games still has secrets to reveal. Stories of invention, adaptation, and the quiet ways in which play shapes the rhythms of daily life. As dusk settles over the town, the sounds of the day fade into a gentle hush. The market stalls are packed away, the last loaves of bread sold, and the streets are swept clean by the evening breeze. In homes, taverns, and even the echoing halls of monasteries, the game boards come out once more. The air is filled with the scent of wood smoke, stewing herbs, and the faint sweetness of mead. Shadows dance on the walls as families and fremlins gather around tables, their faces lit by the soft glow of candlelight. In a modest cottage, a family sits together after supper. The children beg for one more round of 9 men's Morris before bed, their parents smiling as they set up the board. The rules are explained again, though, as always, the youngest insists on a few special house rules. Laughter bubbles up as pieces are moved, captured, and occasionally misplaced under the table. The game is less about winning and more about being together, sharing stories and gentle teasing as the night deepens. Elsewhere, in a bustling tavern, a group of travelers and townsfolk gather for a spirited game of tables. The dice clatter across the board, and the players cheer or groan with each roll. A merchant boasts of his luck, only to lose it all in the next round. A sailor claims to have learned a new strategy in a distant port, though the others suspect he's just making it up as he goes. The barkeep keeps a watchful eye, ready to step in if the competition grows too heated. After all, nothing ruins a good game night like a spilled mug of all. In the quiet of a monastery, monks gather in the scriptorium, their day's work done. A chessboard is set between two brothers, their moves slow and thoughtful. The game is a meditation, each piece a symbol, each strategy a lesson. The silence is companionable, broken only by the soft scrape of wood on wood and the occasional murmur of approval. For these men, the game is both recreation and reflection, a way to sharpen the mind and soothe the spirit. Odd facts and curious traditions linger in the candlelit air. In some towns, it was customary to carve a new game board as a wedding gift, the patterns and pieces chosen to bring luck and harmony to the couple's home. In others, certain games were played only during festivals or long winter nights, their rules passed down in song and story. There are tales of legendary players, noble women who could outwit any opponent at chess, monks who devised fiendishly clever puzzles, and children whose quick fingers and quicker wits made them the envy of the village. The legacy of medieval games is woven into the fabric of daily life. The boards and pieces, worn smooth by generations of hands, become family heirlooms, their stories whispered from parent to child. The rules evolve, adapting to new times and new players. But the heart of the games remains unchanged, a celebration of wit, luck, and the simple joy of play. Let's not forget the underrepresented voices. The women who hosted game nights in their kitchens, the travelers who brought new games from distant lands, the children who invented their own rules and refused to be left out. In a world often divided by class, gender, and faith, the game board was a rare space of equality, where anyone could win and everyone could laugh. As the night deepens, the games wind down. Pieces are gathered, boards are tucked away, and the last stories are shared by the dying embers of the fire. The city is quiet now. The only sounds the soft hoot of an owl and the distant echo of laughter. In these gentle hours, the world of medieval board games reveals its true magic, not just as a pastime, but as a bridge between people, a keeper of memory, and a spark of joy in the darkness. And that, my dear friends, is where we will end tonight's story. Good night.